Hello, yeah, Bloom. Actually, not even that. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Are we ready? Are we ready to conquer core audio? We're conquering it today. That's how I feel. Lazy question. A while back, I used 0.14 for a couple of things, and I thought I got pretty proficient with the language. Uh-huh. You did, huh? I shelved it and recently updated to 0.16. What the fuck? I'm totally lost. Quick and dirty primers? No, I'm sorry. I don't have those. And I can tell you also why. What you're seeing right now in 0.16, it's not even guaranteed to be what you will get when 0.16 gets tagged. Here's my recommendation. Do not upgrade to 0.16. Go to 0.15.2. Do the work to upgrade to 0.15.2. And then when 0.16 is released, which is not going to be far from now, but at that point, do the second upgrade. The reason why I'm saying this is because you already have an adventure in front of you when it comes to upgrading to 0.15. Because if you're doing any IO with, if you're using reader and writer interfaces, those have changed significantly in 0.15. So, like, basically, by stopping at 0.15, you get an opportunity to split the upgrade work into two chunks. And if your application is IO heavy, you will have, in any case, a lot to think about just upgrading to 0.15 because now these interfaces have buffering in them. We go from generic interfaces to runtime polymorphism, embedded buffers, and whatnot. So the API has changed and it is significantly better, but you need to upgrade your code in not just a mechanical matter, but the manner, right? You need to rethink your approach to IO occasionally when it makes sense, when you want to, get good performance. That would be my recommendation. I'm not recommending 0.16 yet because don't expect documentation to be written before it's released. Actually, I can even tell you 0.16 APIs are not complete yet. So they're not going to change dramatically between now and when it's time to release. But there's no quick and dirty primers. There is no quick and dirty support for unreleased versions of the software. No, not in that sense. In the sense that when you instantiate an IO reader or an IO writer, now you have the option to pass in a buffer in terms of a fixed size buffer. So usually it's a buffer that you allocate on the stack. Sometimes it might be heap allocated, but it's fixed size. It doesn't grow. It's just used internally for performance. In the past, we used to have the thing where you create a normal reader and then you wrap a buffer reader around it. Now it's different. So go get 0.15.2 working and then worry about 0.16 once it comes out, because when it comes out, the release notes will give you the primers for updating. And actually 0.15 in the release notes of 0.15, not 0.15.2, I believe, because patch releases just fix bugs, but the release notes of 0.15.0 will contain information on how to upgrade from 0.14. So go do that. It's mostly work that you will not have to do again when upgrading to 0.16. Some minor things maybe you'll have to change again, but it's just minor stuff. Like, for example, the IO, the reader writer interface upgrades, those are 100% kept in 0.16. Okay, so sorry, I just jumped into the code right away. So let me explain a little bit what we're doing now. So, well, we're integrating audio streams in Awebo, and I'm creating this new audio backend. I'm completely disregarding what already was there, and I'm starting from scratch. macOS only, but with an eye towards multi-platform support, obviously. Um, for now, I got it working. So compared to like yesterday, where I was like well, compared to when I ended the stream, I now have a little bit of core audio integration where you can see here that we detect webcams, but before this we detect audio devices. So this lists my audio devices. And the next goal is going to be to integrate this with the settings menu so that we can show this information in the menu instead of depending on the dummy in the other on the other dummy backend. And then secondarily, after that, we want to start sessions. We want to start a playback session so that we can play sounds, and we want a capture session so that we can capture sounds. Plain and simple. So we want to be able to do that. Um, and then what else? Well, we want to play this stuff back. And after we have playback and we have capture and they do kind of make sense, then we can take a look if we can wire this stuff back to the network. I'm not too optimistic that we will be able to do that trivially. So don't assume that we will get there right away. But I would like at least to be able to play audio back from I don't know, my microphone so that we can hear some echo at the very least. So I got a lot of help from Claude to generate the glue code with the OS APIs. macOS OS APIs are, boy, they're certainly a thing. So I'm basically designing my own interface for Awebo. I'm not letting the AI touch it much. But the glue code comes from the AI. I double checked this against Andrew's implementation of libsound.io, and so it makes sense. Like for example, the device discovery stuff. Also, I got working. Oh, also what I did. This is a separate topic, but I added support on webcams. I can now show you which one is selected. The way I do it, it's not exactly the most beautiful thing you'll ever see in your life, but we now know when a device is selected. And lastly, I also can show when a device is disconnected. The device will now show red. And lastly, check this out. I have support for the desk view camera of my phone. I don't know if anybody remembers when Apple introduced this. Let me see if I can show you what that looks like. So basically, I have my phone pointed at me right now, right? So this phone right now is pointing at my face. Look what happens if I enable the webcam. So it's not, even though it's pointed at my face, it's transforming the video to kind of point down and become a a desk, to become a desk thing almost. So for example, if I were to put this phone here, again, I'm keeping it vertical. If I point it horizontally, it starts freaking out because it's using the gyroscope. Because this is the Apple thing where it's supposed to be basically a horizontal camera, then they can make point at the desk programmatically. In any case, that's funny story. I also added support for that, so I made some improvements also to the webcam stuff. In any case, now we're bringing some of these to audio, and I want to have a playback session and a capture session. You know what? Right now, I'm gonna let the AI suggest some more code because I don't remember exactly even what are all the things that you want to collect. Also, because collecting this shit from the OS is weird as fuck. So we're gonna collect some information like this, and then and now we're gonna try it out if it works. So one thing that I wanted to change that I don't like how this again stupid AI made it happen. When we collect the device information, we use this thing called get string property, which copies macOS strings into fixed size tiny static buffers. Which, I mean, you know what? I don't hate it enough to want to change this because ultimately there is a value in this approach. I will admit that there is value in this approach. Anyway, so here's what we do next. Do. The next thing that we do is yeah, let's see what happens. How does it work to open a channel? So let's go ask Claude. Actually, do I want a new discussion or am I fine with this one? Okay. I've modified the code to my liking. Let's now work on opening playback and capture streams. It's important that one or this playback should be started should well both playback and capture should have dedicated functions that start them as needed. Um, Session information should be stored in the relative field in audio. If it's necessary, uh, if it's necessary to save more information about about well no I would say my audio streams will be 44.1k kilohertz float 32 samples. So stereo for the playback. For the capture we do mono. but mono channel. Any transcoding should be handled by the OS if possible. I don't know. Let's see what that gives us. OS stop playback. Yeah, I don't think it needs anything. Now, you know what? I think we do need to pass down the ID. The array in our the index in our array doesn't matter. This is more like if selected, and this is going to be ec.devices at idx. Yeah, I think this is how it has to be. Almost. There we go. I think it doesn't matter. Either way. Okay. Okay, might we need to have more than one capture stream? No. Because screen capture is handled differently. So this should be fine. Okay, let's see if we can do the modification. Attempt 4 of 10. Jesus Christ. Hello? Holy shit, man. So I don't know. While we wait, let's look at some news. There was something funny that I saw on Hacker News. Um, 15 years later, Microsoft morgued my diagram. So somebody, so I don't know if you remember this. So this graph I remember seeing in the past. I think it was very popular, right? It showed you how Git flow would work. I have to be honest, companies that I worked at never really did this properly because they always kept fucking around. Like we never got to a point where we had like it was a consultancy company, so we weren't really running products, while the product was really in production. So like this Git flow was mostly masturbation on the part of some managers. Um, but in any case, fine. And so apparently somebody at Microsoft uh made tried to make an AI ripoff of it. And they make a crappier version where the text is like branch may be continuously morgued back into develop. You morgue back. How often do you morgue back into main branch? Um, there's a lot of morguing going on at Microsoft, I would say. Oh my god. Some people are really like, yeah, no, please don't force morgue. Look, make sure that you always get consent before morguing somebody. Yeah, so I saw that there were also links about this stuff. Where is it? Somebody was complaining about, I mean, poor guy. What is he supposed to do? Like what do you do at this point? You have to acknowledge that, yeah, that's not great, and then you're doing something about it. But um, you mean uppercase W, uppercase C, right? Webcam dash capture should not be. Is it still committed? Do you mean my webcam capture macOS? Um, Ask me a more precise question, and I will be happy to answer it. Um, going over how the whole CrossOS stuff works, I don't know where to start. Give me give me a more precise prompt, and I'll be happy to answer it. You know, in his world, it's prompt or be prompted. You know, in his world, it's prompters versus what's the word? Not hallucinate, but you confabulate. Is it confabulate? No. Yeah. Either in this world, either it's prompters versus confabulator. Yeah, like saying that it is a vendor, like even if it is a vendor, even if it is really a vendor, yeah, I mean, that doesn't help your cause. But I don't think that you should leave it be, because then people will get even more mad and say, oh, look, they don't even give a fuck. And I mean, the thing is, maybe you like, you know, maybe you generally want to see, you want to ask somebody like, what the fuck is going on? Um, Obviously, though, uh, you're not going to push under the bus your colleagues and say, oh, you know what, it's this motherfucker who did it. Go to him. That's not how companies work. I mean, that would be maybe even, I don't know, the guy is gonna get sued if he tries to do that. So you cannot expect him to do that. Blaming a vendor is the closest. Let's assume let us assume that it is correct, that it was indeed a vendor. Saying that it was a vendor is the closest that he can reasonably do in terms of pointing you at the real culprit, and that's it. And also, when I say the real culprit, it's in air quotes, right? Because obviously, it's like the guy might have done that work, but then somebody else has accepted it. Let's retry. Am I done with screen capture? Not entirely. I'm done with the basics, but now I want to get audio working. And once I get audio, once I get a playback and a capture session going on, then I will start also modeling the life cycle of a screen capture session. And uh, and then I'm gonna start adding buttons on the UI to manage that session. You know, turn it on, turn it off, have it turn off itself automatically. Yeah, Claude is busted, dead. New chat. Are you going to support multi-screen capture or just one? Does that mean like literally screen capturing multiple things as separate streams? I'm not necessarily against that, but in practice, I don't think that that is something that users would expect and be able to leverage. speaker support for that. But how, okay, how is that different enough from just sharing your display? Because I think that in any case, that's what you want, no? Okay, wait, are you saying that the native OS speaker supports that? And there's a setting that we can add to make it composite basically two windows into the same thing? Okay, so you're not saying to kind of like fully invent it on our own end. Okay, how does that look like? I can take a look. Yeah, I'm happy to experiment with this. Motherfucker, I was hoping to I was hoping that it was this conversation that was borked, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Contemplating. Stand by. That means that it's still shitting itself, but we lost the session context that was telling us the number of attempts previously because we tabbed out to another thing, and now it's just showing us a generic loading message. Bro, you keep doing this. I'm yeah, thanks for my patience. I'm already going to Gemini. That's your fault. I don't know why all my accounts are brand accounts, but anyway. Yeah, copy so I can paste this in another AI application. Thank you very much. What is this borked copy? Holy shit. That's, wait a second. That is, it completely borked the, bro, it gave me a worse version of my prompt. Fast. Bro. Okay, you think about it. How are you doing? Not great. Hello, Ash. Uh, Stupid clankers, man. Wait, are these idiots all sharing the same AWS zone? And is it like, did it catch fire or something? What's going on? Let's see. The picker lets you have multi-select mode. I don't know if they compose or if it just returns two separate streams. Hmm. Okay, good to know. Here's what I have discovered in the meantime. I have discovered this for screen capture. I've discovered that when you configure, all right, it's in the Objective-C. When you configure the stream, oh, did I paste the same thing twice? No, there was a ignore something else. Single window. Okay, I if you turn on scales to fit, it will grow the image to fit your stream. So, for example, when I was screen sharing this Bork window, it was showing very small because it is very small in inside of my display. Oh, we don't want that. We want that. So you do screen, you select Borg. It used to show small. Now it shows big, which is good. So this is scales to fit. I was considering, I also learned that you can obtain the window rectangle and you can tell the capture thingy to output to a texture that has the same size. I say texture, maybe that's wrong. To output to a thing that has the same exact size as the window. The problem though is that then people will resize the window. And if they resize the window with that other option, you need to reconfigure the screen capture because you will be essentially cropping into one area of your monitor, and the resize stuff will be cropped out. So you kind of need to then start listening to like window changes for the target window, like the window being moved, that kind of stuff. And it's a lot more work, and I suspect it's also a lot more jank. So for now, I settled to just scaling the input so that it fits. It maximizes one of the two dimensions. No, okay, I swear it's how can they both be down, man? Like, isn't Google supposed to be on GCP? Is fucking cloud on GCP? Guys, like, okay, you made me do this. I didn't want to do it, but you made me do this. Okay, ChatGPT is not doing a great job because it already forgot. It never understood that the macOS stuff should go into macOS. Well, although it might mean that we want to put this inside macOS. Anyway, help her to resolve device UID out the device ID. Device ID from UID. Why can we not keep around an audio device ID? Wait, do I not have an audio device ID ever? Boy, I do not trust ChatGPT to give me good advice. Actually, it's audio device ID. Well, what do you know? We do have an audio device ID. How about we keep it around? Is this something that it's a CU int? So we can keep it around. Okay, I think I understand the problem. The problem is that we're using this. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, let's see what else it suggests. So this is a lot of back and forth that I think is not necessary. Then playback start implementation, playback stop. Yeah, string configuration can take item with yes, and I could do that. The problem is, um, I'm fine with that being essentially 1080p. It's just that the input. No, sorry. That would be the input, right? Item width. In any case, the problem is that if the window gets resized, then it doesn't automatically adjust. That's the problem. So this doesn't want to work. this is still this is still stuck in analysis. By the way, technically, I have access to the pro stuff. Like, I'm a okay. I don't have Google AI Plus, but I have a Google business account. So technically, I'm paying for this shit. I'm paying for this animated anus. I don't know if anybody remembers or has seen this, but somebody pointed out a while ago that for some reason, all these AI logos, each and every one of them look like anuses. Um, Stylized anuses. They're not necessarily, photorealistic anuses, but they kind of are going for this anus stuff. My theory is that, in a sense, they are optimizing for what venture capitalists want to see. Like the VC wants to see an anus. It's like they in their mind that's like aesthetically pleasing, and so they're in the business of kind of fucking you in the ass. That's what they do. So okay, so we're I guess a session is an audio unit in macOS. So in any case, this gets the UID, which is literally just an integer that we already had. So let's just keep that around. So let's do it this way. Maybe we can say that the device has an ID that is either a string or a number. The problem if we do that, the problem with doing that is that then the hash map has to be different and complicated. We cannot simplify it anymore. Um, hmm. Okay, for now let's go down this path. Fine. Let's have this thing. Insurance default audio device ID. CF string is related with C string. Oh. So let's write some better Zig. This is so painful though. Let's add to this an OS. OS specific metadata. There we go. That's how we solved it. Okay, I like this. Audio device ID. Okay, so this is a macOS device. And when we call start playback, then we cannot just return that, but we have to return. Okay, it doesn't give me values. Let's say that this is the device. Um, do we copy the device? No, we kind of want to only give those two things. But I think we should answer the selected out is present because you shouldn't be able, so you should not be able to start a playback session if you don't have if we don't know what device to use. Well, maybe. Although null is fair because um null is fair because that means default device for us. So okay, this should be fine. So that means that down here, let's call it device ID then, fine. Get string property. Um, count channel install. Default device ID. Report device. For devices. Okay. So far so good. So basically, this allows us to skip this bullshit. We have this audio unit stuff, which is going to be part of playback and capture. Although we are not going to have bajillion playback and captures, so that state can't be in here. Playback unit, c.audio unit. I don't know, just call them playback and capture. Shit, there's no audio unit. Can we can we see include core foundation? Why is this an empty file, bro? Did does core foundation.h not exist? Claude went full anus mode, refuses to elaborate. Oh, Gemini is straight up reset. didn't even bother say anything. I have to be honest. It feels bad having to use ChatGPT. But anyway, so we can skip this shit. Then start playback. Audio component description. Component type output. Component subtype HAL output. Component manufacturer audio unit menu manufacturer Apple. What? Component flags mask 0. Audio component find next. Audio unit undefined. Instance new. Set property current device. Unit scope global. Audio stream basic description. Sample rate 441K. Format ID. Linear PCM. Flag is float. Flag is packed. Bytes per packet 8. Frames per packet 1. Bytes per frame 8. Channels per frame 2. Bits per channel 32. Reserved 0. Set property. This part I don't understand. What does audio component mean? Why am I saying manufacturer Apple? Hmm. Why is there a floating Ask ChatGPT button? Oh, because if you select text, it shows you okay. What a feature. Okay, so the above we can skip. Now this is the body of start playback. We're gonna have opinions about this. That's for sure. Oh wait, also we don't know where the fuck is audio unit. Oh, it's in audio toolbox. Do we need to link against audio toolbox? See import failed. The definition of expected found. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, now we're happy. Holy shit, we're back. We're back in business. And it's not suggesting to have a audio unit, it's suggesting to have a audio queue ref. So who's right? Audio unit or audio queue? Plus buffers. They several different properties based on control and complexity. Audio units offer low level, high performance, low latency audio processing, ideal for custom DSP synthesizers and real time effects. Audio queues are high level, simpler to use for basic recording playback, and handle file formats and codecs automatically. I'm planning to submit a PR on the weekend that uses Zig build fork for that dependency. No, Julian. That's not how it works. You do not tell people to use dash dash fork for to make everything work correctly. The way it works is that is fine if you're fucking around on your computer as you're getting things to work, but then you push a fork of SDL, and then if David isn't ready, actually, first you push a fork of SDL, then you push a fork of DVOI, then you have Awebo depend on your fork of both on your fork of DVOI, and then you already did say ask custom to upstream your changes, and then you do the same to DVOI. So you tell DVOI to um, start using your fork in the meantime. You don't commit code that only works with fork. So, okay, so audio unit is low level and audio queue is the high level API. I didn't know this. For some reason I assumed the inverse. So it seems like that ChatGPT is giving us good suggestions. Assuming that we can trust this motherfucker, by the way. That's also the question of trusting what that thing has to say. So is libsound.io using... What is libsound.io using? Source, core audio. So we have a bunch of audio unit stuff. So this guy is using audio unit, but it might just be that it's older. So what do we want? I think in our case, what we want is I think we want all of it. Like, I think we want, hey, let me go to this guy. I think that there's more implications behind what to use here. Oh, they live in audio unit.h already pulled transitively by core audio.h on macOS. Well, apparently no, because I had to get audio toolbox. Well, whatever. Manufacturer Apple. What does that even mean? Man. Why are we making a function to create this thing? Yeah, sure, you can pass this in, but like, start playback, stop playback, start capture, stop capture. I'm gonna put another chat. I'm gonna say core audio, audio unit on macOS. When is better to use core audio unit versus audio queue? Uh, I'm writing an application that will have to play sounds, play occasional one-off sounds like like notification pings, play occasionally media like embedded video or like videos, for example. And lastly, let the user occasionally join voice calls where we will need to play back audio that streams from the network and capture microphone input, um, which we will want to apply filters to, e.g., noise reduction. Here's the cure for this. Which handles AV sync for you. Okay. Use audio unit. Voice calls with real-time microphone capture and playback. This is exactly audio unit is made for. Applying filters like noise reduction. You can chain processing Unix in a graph. Low latency. Audio queue adds latency on top. Okay. Use AV audio engine. No, fuck. Is he still replying? Oh shit! I should not have pressed that button. Okay. Okay. This seems to be, I guess, the right direction. Maybe. Give me a second. I'll be right back right away, and then I'm gonna continue with this work. Just getting some more tea. Okay, I'm back. So, AV audio engine. It's not in here. Is it in C? No. Is it in CA? No. Where the fuck is AV audio engine? It's in AV Foundation. I don't know. Fuck it. Link. Let's link everything. Oh, wait. I have AV Foundation. Oh, here's why that fucking foundation thing doesn't return anything. Because I don't have core foundation as I should have. Oh, shit. Okay, okay, okay. Wait. Oh, that explains a few things. Oh, I had it. Well. What am I doing? Mm-mm-mm. AV audio engine. ABBA. Oh, right. We also need to do this. Fuck. See, import failed. Let's watch it. Invalid preprocessing directive. Pound sign import. The fuck is a pound sign import? Man, people are getting clever with all this shit. Oh my god. Okay, so. Uh-oh. Okay, what is the problem? Um, add class and s string. So, the fuck are you supposed to do here? Well, I think I know what we were supposed to do. We ain't see importing anything, and instead we're going to make our own bindings. Okay, in any case, So AVF. We're gonna define AVF in here. Like at the bottom, it's gonna be where we put our namespace stuff. Um, look at 5.5. Let's look at 0.5. Oh, it said look at 0.5 and then it forgets. Well, in any case, let's see. Audio engine. Wait, is Audio Engine an Objective-C API? I saw 0.5, but it didn't have the decorations that I wanted. Hmm. Because I'm looking at this, it's doing unlock then init. And I think there's a lot of optimism in this unlock init. Like this smells of Objective-C a lot. I'm thinking that we're gonna need the same style of bindings that we have. So we're gonna need that explains also why I cannot import those headers, because they're Objective-C headers for Objective-C APIs. So we're gonna need something different. Okay. So I think we want a handle to an audio engine manager. From channel gets in property from device ID for device. Okay. So this needs to call into mi.engine dot start playback. Okay, I think we have a path forward now for streaming stuff. So here's how it works. Let's start a new conversation. We need Objective C, basically. We need this thing to give us good Objective C glue code. So I'll say, yeah, look at this. No, not this one. Look at this. This is glue code that I have in my application, my Zig application for handling webcams on Mac OS. I want to write equivalent code for audio with the following characteristics. It should not handle device enumeration and change notifications. I have this implemented already in Zig in a different file. It should use AV audio engine to handle creation and start stop of two streams. on playback, one capture, the both streams should be 44.1 kilohertz f32. Playback should be stereo. Capture should be mono. The choice of which device to use, the Z code. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. Called by Zig to provide interleaved f32 frames for playback should fill frames with frame count 0 frames. Audio capture push. Called by Zig to consume interleaved f32 mono capture frames. Yep. Okay, so far so good. I'm loving what I'm seeing here. That makes perfect sense. No, stop jumping me around, man. Sample rate. Okay. There we go. Good old audio manager. Playback engine, capture engine, source node, sync node. Let's fucking go. User data. Audio manager init. Creates the manager, creates the engines. There we go. The init stops the engines and bridge transfers the manager. Device routing, use audio engine sits on top of core audio. The simplest way to redirect it to a specific device is to set the underlying audio unit proper current device before starting the engine. Also, this is static. Why is it generating static now? Set engine device. Audio start playback. Okay, this seems good. A few things nothing about these design choices. Two separate engines. Playback and capture each get their own audio engine. Yes. This mirrors the pattern you need if the output and input devices are different hardware units. Yes. Which avoids the awkward voice processing I/O unit that Apple uses when you share one engine for both directions. I don't know what that means. Why is awkward? I don't know. Device routing via blah 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 doesn't expose first class to use this device API, but its output node always has an underlying audio unit you can reach. Forum convention is handled by the engine. DAV, audio sync mode, and audio V source mode both accept an explicit format, so AVA audio engine inserts whatever sample rate channel conversion is needed between the hardware and your nodes. You always get clean 44 kHz F32 on the Zig side, regardless of what hardware currently runs at. Awesomes. Interleaved versus non-interleaved. Non-interleaved format is a native core audio layout, but interleaved is more convenient for most Zig code. The playback render block does a sample de-interleave from the buffer Zig fields. You can flip this to non-interleaved on the Zig side if you prefer to avoid the copy. Yeah, no, we're doing interleaved, I think. If you need to support all the targets, Install tap on bus. Okay. Copy. Let's fucking go. Okay, let's see. Call by Zig to consume interleaved capture frames. Audio manager, NS object, source node, sync node. Interestingly, we don't initialize these guys. Fine. Also, we leave user data empty. I think we're gonna need user data at some point, but anyway. So this is fine. This is fine. Device routing. If you have anything on top of the route, the simplest way to redirect to a specific set engine device. Audio device ID. Bool is input. Hmm? What the fuck is this, man? I mean, what? Okay. Audio start playback. Is this objective, Zig? No, this is objectively crappy code. Here's what it is. Dub. Uh, what is going on in here? Oh, man. Oh, man. Set engine device. We're talking about setting the output device or the input device. I think at some point it was kind of thinking, oh well, you have to do different things whether you're setting the input or the output device, and then it kind of gave up at some point. We'll come back to that in a moment. Yeah, this cast to void. That's the only thing that makes it work. Audio start playback. Grab the manager. Set user data. Oh, we set user data in at this point. Why? We don't know. So grabs the playback engine. AV format, stereo format 32. Why is an audio format heap allocated? Why is this language like this? Why can't this not be just a normal fucking struct? K sample rate. AV format, PCM format, flow 32. Yes. It also says interleaved. No. It says interleaved. No. Mm. Oh man. Oh man. Source. AV audio source node. Format stereo flow 32. Why is this heap allocated? Like, why are we heap allocating this motherfucker every time? Why? I don't get it. Why is this like this? Why is this language like this? I mean, they still have the option of not making it work this way. Render block. Render block? What am I looking at? Is this a lambda? I'm looking at some kind of weirdo lambda. Output data is non-interleaved, one buffer per channel. We ask Zig to fill a temporarily interleaved buffer, then de-interleave. But why did we not just say interleave DS here? I don't know. In any case, I don't know. At a glance, this seems okay. At a glance. Watch this go out of bounds like crazy or something, but fine. Engine, attach node source. Connect source to engine main mixer node. Connect main mixer node to output node, format 0f32. Route to the requested device before starting. If device ID is different than 0, set engine device. We're casting device ID to audio device ID, but why did you? Oh, okay. It's because it thinks that this is an API, so it doesn't want to type this weird. Fine. Then start and return error. Stop playback. Okay. Start capture. Enable the input hardware on this engine's I/O. Mono F32. Route to the requested device before installing the tap. Set engine device ID true. Use a sync node so we can work with the consistent mono F32 format. A tap on input mode also works, but requires the tap format to match the hardware format. A sync node lets AV audio engine do the conversion. So we attach a sync and then we connect the input mode to sync with this format. So I guess this is what applies the transformation for us. Audio stop capture. Okay. So I don't know. I'm confused. I think the only weirdo part is here. Set engine device. I think whether it's input or not, it just doesn't matter. So now we need to make this work. Now here's another question. So these callbacks accept user data, right? Then that means what does that mean? That means that we need to have 2 buffers. Actually, no, we need to have 1 buffer. We need to have 1 buffer for the incoming audio that we want to play back. And for this capture push, not really, because we get every time this gets called, we in turn call into Opus and just, well, in a sense, we're gonna have a queue, I guess, of UDP datagrams essentially that we're sending out. Mm-hmm. Also, don't know on what thread it's going to run. You mean these callbacks? Well, yeah, they're gonna run on some Paco thread, some thread that the OS makes, not any of our threads. So yeah, so we need to synchronize also this stuff. Um, okay, so far so good. Honestly, so far so good. I have no problem with what's happening in here, except that boolean that goes nowhere. Um, so what does this mean then from here? It means that we have an audio engine manager, which we need to define. Quick question regarding Zig coming from Golang. Errors can be just strings easily. How do you do this in Zig idiomatically? I have seen that in some STD functions, they pass a diagnostic struct. You answered basically the question yourself. So the way it works in Zig is that error codes are for branching and are from rolling back program state and branching on them to perform other operations. Then if you want to inform users of what's going on, you create a diagnostic struct, which, sometimes can even be simpler than even a struct. Like maybe you could have an even simpler error reporting methodology. But the point is, you need to unlearn what you do with Go. The thing that you do in Go, where you keep wrapping a string as you bubble up, we don't do that in Zig. That is bad. That is a bad idea. That is like a 360 degrees, absolutely bad idea. What I highly recommend you do before you start thinking about diagnostics, make sure that you understand what are error return traces. Zig has error return traces and stack traces, and they combine to give information. So I'll give you a hint. In Go, if you bubble an error up a little bit, and then it hits a panic, so you have a few functions. The bottom one produces an error and returns it, and then the other one does something maybe with that error and then returns it. Then this one is the one that panics on that error. Then you will see a stack trace from Go that starts from that function upwards towards main, but you have no knowledge of what happened below. If you replicate the same with Zig, you will see that Zig, so you replicate the exact same situation with Zig, you will see that Zig will show you in the output that you get when you have an error, you generate an error in a function, and then you bubble it up, maybe with try, and then you bubble it up, maybe with try, or you catch it and you turn it into a different error. So you, in any case, you manipulate that error, then you return it up to a function that panics at that point, what you will see is not only uh, the stack trace from that function upwards towards main, but you will also see the path that the error took down below. That is what you end up doing manually in Go whenever you wrap error strings around one another. With the difference that you're doing heap allocation, you're doing a bunch of, it's just bad. And doing that doesn't produce good diagnostics for your users. Doing that is a mix. It's a mix of diagnostics for your users, but also some kind of trace that you can follow to understand the heck happened below the panic, below the point that they panicked. So unlearn that. Use error return codes exclusively for handling branching, for handling state like reload, state rewind in your program and branching on the error code, and then use something completely different for reporting diagnostics to your user. Currently just passing a 128 U8 since they give a get error function. That sounds like a bad idea. You generally do not want to pass around arrays by value. You're copying a bunch of bytes back and forth for no reason, generally speaking. So I cannot say for certain that this is the wrong move in your case because I don't have enough context, but this is very suspicious to me. They have a get error function. What I think you want to do is maybe create a diagnostics struct that you pass around by pointer. So whoever calls your whole code at the top has the option of creating a struct of type diagnostics and then pass down a pointer to it, to all the functions below. When you encounter the error, you call get error and you heap allocate, you copy that string. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Most of the time, C libraries, when you call get error, what C libraries do is that the error is a code, like it's an index in an array, essentially. And they give you a static string, like a hard-coded string that corresponds to that error. It just happens to be, more user-friendly. So what they give you, I think that you might not even have to copy. Again, not a hard rule. I don't know your specific case, but generally speaking, you don't have to, most of the time, you don't have to copy what you get from get error. So what you can do then inside your diagnostics struct, you can just set, error message equals what you get from get error, no copying, no memory management necessary, assuming that I was right with what I said just now. And then after you do that assignment, you just return, error dot whatever from your program. And then you print the error message to the user. So at the top level, if the function returns with an error, then you assume that an error message was set. And the good news is that those error messages, some can come from the program, from the C library, but some might also come from you. So you might make some error messages, like you can hard code your own error messages. Be careful though, that if you want to start making like non-static error messages, like error messages that you print at runtime, then you have to concern yourself with also memory management of where those bytes come from, etc. The problem with this approach is that you don't have the option of turning off error details. That is the one downside of that approach. That's why diagnostics is superior, because with diagnostics, what you do is that in your functions, you accept a optional pointer to diagnostics. And then when the pointer is null, you just don't do any extra reporting. Because sometimes your thing is going to be user facing and you want to provide diagnostics to a user so that they can understand what's going on. Some other times that's not going to be the case, and collecting diagnostics is unnecessary extra work. As an example, you could have a JSON parser for a CLI tool used by humans, in which case you do want to produce diagnostics, but you could have a JSON parser that acts as a piece in a pipeline. And if that JSON parser fails because it received malformed JSON, that is probably, I'm assuming that it's like a programmatic pipeline, so no humans in the middle, and then if that point of the pipeline receives malformed JSON, then it's a programming error that happened before. So it's not a unhappy path, it's a straight up programming error. It's something that you need to fix. So in that case, uh well, I hope that was clear. In that case, there's no human. I mean, there's the developer, so you should turn on, uh, you know, you should run the executable in debug mode and see what's going on. Or you should run the entire pipeline, I guess, in debug mode. You know what? I think I want to call this audio engine manager. Okay, so we have init and init, more glue code. Let's go. Let's see what are people saying. On first glance, errors without payloads in Zig felt like a crutch, but after thinking about it for a while and starting to care about performance and learning about it, it now annoys me when Golang library function heap allocates the same error string on each call. Yeah. These and lack of assertions are things that I now consider painful about Go. I agree. I also am a former happy Go user. Now I'm just a occasional Go user. Not as happy anymore. Assertions are pain. Like the fact that they are explicitly against assertions is um, painful and sad. The fact that they have error handling work this way is also painful and sad. I don't know. Okay, so next we have manager init, we have manager the init, we have set engine device. Oh, I know why it's static, because this is used locally for some reason. This is a local function that we are not using for the API. That's why it's static. Good job, AI. Why is it so heavy about pointers and drop like interfaces and all nice type checking things you have? Um, why is it so heavy about pointers? I mean, what are you comparing it against? Because if you compare it against, like, I don't know, Swift and whatnot, well, I haven't programmed in Swift in a while, but in general, what I would say is it's not any heavier than other programs than other programming languages. It's just that pointers are always explicit. So like in other languages, whenever here you pass around a something something ref, you are passing a pointer around. So uh yeah. As for the nice type checking things, um I'm guessing that by that you mean that we have abandoned um what's it called, parametric polymorphism, right? So the idea that you can have like generics where you say I want a list of foods, and then somewhere else you can say I want a list of anything. So I'm fine with, and I don't care about what the content of this list is. I just want it to behave like a list. And so you can do this is a function that accepts least diamond bracket t, for example. And then you can put constraints on what t is supposed to fulfill or not, right? You can say any t is fine, but they need to support equality, they need to support sorting, they need to support this and that. So yeah, we dropped all of this. I mean, parametric polymorphism is nice. The idea that you can parameterize your polymorphism is a good idea. I think nobody would argue that it's a super bad idea or anything. But in the case of Zig, we have a like Lispy form of com time metaprogramming that in part also benefits from doing duck typing when you're doing stuff like generics, any kind of metaprogramming, which does include generics. So in Zig, you don't have a way of saying give me something that is a list of any t. You'd say any type, and then you use it as a list, and as long as that works, then you're good. So yeah, it's trade-offs. It is. I think that it can be made better in the future, in the sense that maybe some more um some more informative system can be implemented in order to replace any type. But in general, Zig does use duck typing. Keep in mind that we're talking about comp time duck typing. So your stuff will either compile or not compile. It's not something that you get surprised by at runtime, like, I don't know, Python, for example, or Ruby duck typing, where at runtime, maybe this object will have that method, maybe it won't. You don't know. You'll find out. So so long story short, duck typing at comp time is much safer. I don't love duck typing personally at runtime because of I prefer comp time errors than runtime errors. Um, but it does present its advantages. Like for example, uh, the fact that I'm here swapping out, I'm saying that OS is macOS interface or dummy interface depending on which target we're compiling for, and then they don't have to conform to um, an interface. They just have to happen to have the right methods that match, and that's fine. I think that has some nice properties. Um, with references, compiler can just strip that to simple pointer, but you always get information from compiler. No, I don't know. What's a reference? What is a reference? I don't like this name. This should be audio playback stop. This should be audio playback start. It does. I'm being a doofus. But also, if I'm copy pasting and I start renaming things, I also rename the ones that I don't want to rename. So it's a bit more complicated here. Complicated. um. Oh, playback start has a different signature. Okay, we need to look more into this because there's important details. Playback stop. So you see, if I rename here, I'm gonna rename also the ones at top as well, which I don't want to. Okay, so with this, we should have a little bit more coverage. Now, let's take a look at these user data stuff. Why do we have user data? Because that's what gets called in this fucking callback closure magic thingy. Awebo audio playback field. Yeah. So there's user data. So those functions, Awebo this and Awebo that, need to be defined in here. The init discover stop playback, stop capture. Actually, this is capture start, capture stop. Okay. Then pub function. Okay. Let's think about playback. This is the function that takes stuff from our application buffer to the OS audio buffer. Then this is going to be a non-pub function, which we're going to call playback field. Called by OS APIs to fill the playback buffer from our audio data. Okay. Go to definition. This signature is a bit more complicated. So it's user data frames and then frame count. Okay, I guess we can call it like this. It's a pointer to many arrays of two F32. That's one way of seeing it, I guess. And then frame count. There is something that doesn't work though. Wait a second. So there's one thing that doesn't make much sense, right? So we're being this is being called to make us feel that buffer. We should be able to say to we should be able to notify back how many frames we ended up writing. Uh, we ask Zig to fill a temporary interleave buffer, then with the interleave, which is, don't get me wrong, dude. This is delightful. Where's, oh, wait. Wait, what the fuck is frame count? Oh, this is the OS asking us to fill this frame count. You don't need to know how many frames written in this context. What do you mean you don't need to know that? How? No, okay. Let's go through this together, okay? Just to make sure that my understanding, that we all have the same understanding and that it all makes sense. So, um, the OS has an internal buffer, and from time to time, it will call this thing to fill that buffer. So, this is audio stuff. Okay, so they call us to provide information, to provide data. Then we feel then we will have some data probably to fill stuff. I'm guessing, is this implicitly zero initialized? Because in my mind, this means that this is going to be left to undefined. What we don't write to is going to be left to undefined. Is this instead being zero initialized implicitly? And so zero leaves remains there. Yeah, this is C. This is essentially C. But okay, so what you're saying is that when we are presented with this thing to fill up, either we have everything ready by when either we have enough data to fill this buffer when it is being called, or we miss our opportunity. Yeah, duck typing has its own trade-offs though. Like don't think that it is, just upsides. It comes with its own precise set of ups and downs. It's reasonable, it works, you can leverage it to your advantage. Um just be aware that you will probably find situations where you will say, "Oh man, I wish I had parametric polymorphism here," but you don't. I'd fill it with every frame you currently have and discard everything else. You mean that if we have more, we discard, And if we don't have enough, we leave to 0. But I mean, you I guess this is an API that doesn't how can I say, maybe they do it for us, maybe they don't, but like this would leaving everything to 0 would be a like a hard jump. Okay, fine. Let's leave it as is for now. Curious, but fine. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what it means. In the former case, there's nothing you can do other than create silence. In the latter case, if you queue the late frames because the other player is slow, the queue just grows forever. Yes. Um, if it does the late frame, you get jittery audio, but it's the best case and the best you can do while waiting for available cycles to come back. Yeah, I've seen some other systems get clever with this. I've seen some voice applications, or actually even video playback applications, slightly speed up the audio to catch up. Um, um, yeah, no, that's for sure. But I have seen systems that do that. It's hilarious. I've seen that, I think, with when trying to do playback with like Bluetooth headphones, and it is horrible because you can tell that there's something happening that is completely fucked up. Um, so yeah, I will say even in that case, I would prefer the jump, like the glitch over whatever the fuck they do. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna leave this inside. Okay. So this works. Then we make these Qualcomm C. And then from same thing that we did for screen capture, we do the export manually. We could export we could export this function declaration directly, but then we would have to give it, if we just put export in here, it would work. But then either we have this very generic name that in my opinion doesn't make for a good symbol, for a good symbol name, or we would have to put the full symbol name, like the one that we forward declared in here, as a namespace function in audio, and that also sucks. So we don't do either of those things, and instead, um, so we go in there and we do this. So we have playback field and capture push. I think from our perspective, it's kind of the opposite, maybe. But I don't know, whatever. What do we call those? There we go. So far, so good. This all seems to make sense. So what I would do next is we need to wire device discovery to the settings menu. And then after we do that, is there any like really big known project written by Zig, by a big team in Zig? Okay, so Grey Hatter, that is technically, well, you know what? That's actually technically not true anymore. I think that Ban right now is being written by Jared and a bunch of AI agents. So I mean, I guess technically you could say that a bajillion AI agents are a big team, but uh, so the I would say I would say that big projects, the biggest projects that we can think of that are entirely done in Zig are Tiger Beetle, Ban, the Zig compiler itself, Ghosty. Tiger Beetle is cheating with the defensive programming thinking. What do you mean? That's not cheating. That's how you should be doing things. But maybe not to the same degree that they are, because they're making a database and you might not be making a database. But like that's roughly speaking what you should be striving for. Oh man. I want to see how big teams deal with interfaces. You know what? It might end up being that big teams can't handle Zig. I don't think that's gonna be the case. I don't think that is true, but it depends on how messy. So like, if you have a big team of like weird, you're in a weird consultancy company. You're in a company that is like a company that was born from Microsoft, like a venture between Microsoft and a giant multinational consultancy firm, and you work at that cursed company, that company would be essentially the antichrist of software development if you think about it. Then, yeah, they might have trouble with Zig. But if you're working in a place where people are competent, even if it's big, you're gonna be fine. I would say that no, wait. Okay, so here's what I would say with interfaces. Interfaces are a useful computer science tool. They're also completely overused because interfaces are being used more often than not as basically a surrogate for OOP. Because you know also, right, that in many languages there is a lot of overlap between inheritance and fulfilling an interface. So a lot of the time people want an interface because they have an OP brain. They already have may have given they already inheriting from a class, but they said, oh man, I wish I could also inherit from another class. What if we do an interface instead? So there's that. So you can, the point is this: what is an interface? If by interface we're talking about runtime polymorphism, you want at runtime different implementations of things. Okay, you're talking about interfaces as protocols. Yeah. So if you want an example of that in Zig, take a look at std.io.reader, for example. Reader is an interface. The reader interface defines all the things that you can do on a reader with implementations like discard short, read slice endian, like all the reading things that you can do on a reader. And then it defines the basic operations that your reader implementations needs to provide. So to fulfill the reader interface, your type needs to implement a function called stream, a function called discard, readback, rebase. There's also documentation on exactly how these things relate to one another. That's an interface in Zig. Reader is an interface, writer is an interface, allocator is an interface. Allocator. Allocator is an interface. It has all the things alloc, alloc with options, destroy, create. And if you want to make your own allocator, you need to implement alloc, resize, remap, and free. There you go. What I'm asking about is, do you need to explicitly say that you implement them or just matching functions? Oh, blue or black. You are thinking in higher level programming semantics. The answer is neither. The way it works is that you need to implement those functions. You can name them whatever you want. And then in your implementation, so let's say that here I have a struct in which I've implemented, this is like const my allocator equals struct. And then in here, what you need to have is essentially a field called allocator. You can name it again whatever you want. Of type std mem.allocator. And then when you do init, imagine here there's other stuff. Like for example, the actual memory. We're making an allocator, right? So somewhere we need to have memory. Let's imagine that that's our memory. And then other bookkeeping of type whatever. So then when you do init, part of what you do in init to return my allocator is also do allocator equals actually wait, this is the old style allocator. The new allocator doesn't even require that, does it? Give me a second. Because we do the vtable stuff, pointer in opaque. Oh yeah, never mind. You don't need to have this either. What you do is you need to have this function pub function allocator that returns a std mem.allocator, and in it you do return pointer equals allocator is going to be my allocator, pointer is my, and then what else? And then vtable. The vtable is another pointer to a struct that contains these things. So I think the vtable we can keep here as a constant. Of type std mem.allocator.vtable. And in here we have alloc is going to be my alloc, and free is going to be my free. I'm going to stop it at those two. So in here you you implement my free function my free. My free takes in a my allocator, and probably takes a pointer to stuff to free, which is gonna be stuff to free. It's gonna be, I don't know, a pointer to free wants a pointer to let me think about it for a second. When you call free, you do it on a slice of things of a given type. In any case, sorry, let's say any type, sorry, for just for simplicity. Void. And then you do this, and then I'm simplifying this a little bit because there's also some pointer casting that should going on. But you do dot vtable equals vt. There you go. And so here you have your implementation. So long story short, you are manually doing a vtable. It's what other languages do normally. You just do it explicitly. The thing is that sometimes you don't want this style of an interface. You know, this is just one of a few different ways in which you can implement interfaces. And some other times, other methods are more appropriate. So you have the option of using other methods. So long story short, an interface exists in Zig as a, you know, abstract concept, but there is no keyword for it because how you pull it off in practice, it's on you. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. So this is an example of a vtable style interface. There's the field parent pointer style interface. There's tagged union interfaces, for example. If compiler keeps the my allocator in check or is it a pointer and YOLO? I don't know what you mean by keeping it in check. I'm not sure what you mean. I think the answer is it's a pointer and YOLO. But I also don't mean I don't know what you mean by that, because like usage of this code once you write it completely is that you do const allocator state is going to be my allocator, and then const GPA, which is how I normally call allocator general purpose allocator interfaces. I would do allocator state dot allocator. Oops, sorry. Which this call is this function, which gives me the vtable. So the GPA is of type allocator. And then in normal functions, when you wanted an allocator, you've seen me do this already. I have function foo. If you want an allocator, it accepts an std.man.allocator. And then you pass this. So maybe the answer is that it's neither, because I think the answer to your question is neither, because this is all part of setting up the interface. But then the interface itself is a struct that contains function pointers. It's a struct that contains some pointers, and the pointers themselves are, well, you set them, and then functions just accept that struct. So this is a struct. I think this is the answer to your question. Okay. Yeah, so you don't pass around. Okay, so this is the I guess the end answer. With this style of interface, you don't pass around random types and then hopefully they fulfill the interface or not. You pass around instances of the interface, but the interface is a struct. It's a generic struct that contains pointers to the concrete implementation. There are other styles of interfaces where sometimes you do accept a type as a generic type, and then you expect it to have the right things defined on it. That also can happen. And if you pass in the wrong thing, you will get a compile error. There's also cases where you use tagged unions. Another way of doing runtime polymorphism is tagged unions, for example. Okay, let's get these showing devices correctly. So I'm going to shut off the old audio stuff. This is now deprecated. Um, actually, I'm saying goodbye to it. I think I'm renaming new audio to audio. Audio backend doesn't exist anymore. Audio goes here. We just call it audio. Okay. Um, then we go into AV and we change the audio stuff to be more normal. So audio device drop down. These guys are get by in the selected. What is selected in also is this input or output? What are we looking at? Oh, this is passing me a pointer to audio playout, and this one is a pointer to where's the other one? Audio capture. No. You give me core, and then you give me dot playback. Actually, this is capture, and then this is playback. Okay. Then this is core. Oh my god. Yeah, this is core. Wait, what is this? Oh, I removed core. Okay. So yeah, let's remove core, change it to core audio. Does that make sense? I think it does. And then we do core audio, and then we do kind in playback capture. And then this shadows declaration of audio. There's a audio module. Not anymore. Not anymore, man. Not anymore. Um. Okay, so label is if audio selected, then devices get ID. Is this how it works? Also selected, right? This is depends. There we go. All right, this is now an index. So this is devices dot values at dot values at id dot name. Okay. Then new selection. Blah blah blah. Actually, you know what? I think I want to copy this straight up, like unapologetically. Okay. If selected is null, okay, add choice label system default. Selected is null, change is true. Now, here we want to look at all devices, but we want to filter them. So we do want to do audio.devices values, yes. But we want to say if device, we want to do switch. So the capture and channels in count is 0, continue. And if it's playback, if channels out count is 0, continue. So we skip those. This is changing selected. So we're changing we're changing state. So that means that this guy needs to be a pointer of. This is going to cause a bunch of problems because this is going to be this. This is going to be this. This is going to be this. There we go. More or less okay. Have a good night, Ash. 2 a.m. Holy shit. Okay, I think we have this kind of working. Let's start going through. Let's start going through build errors. Duplicate struct member audio. What? Where the heck do you see the other audio struct member? Oh, is there an audio up here? Show it to me. Where's the other audio? 962. Oh, we even import it down here. Go away. This doesn't stay here, and this is not here anymore. User audio. Let's see. I looked into your code for cross-OS stuff and re-implemented it. However, my keychain does not have any state. It's just a collection of functions. So it's kind of awkward. I have to discard self everywhere. I think I switch to something like std by my allocator does. No, don't do it. Don't do it because I mean, discarding self is not too bad. Yeah, it's not great. By the way, you can see me do it here a lot in audio. There is a bunch of these functions here in the macOS interface. They really do not care about self. Where is it? Like this one doesn't. Like the audio discovery doesn't matter. Um, but the point is, you want to keep this so that you can do your opaque dot. I mean, it's up to you at the end of the day. I wouldn't say necessarily that not doing this would be the end of the world. Um, but yeah, it's fair that it is fair that if you do not have a um if you don't have state, then maybe you don't want to make your thing an opaque. I guess you can make your thing abstract. But here's the question for you. Here's the question for you. What do you think will happen on other platforms? Like, how confident are you that other platforms will not have state that they need to hold? I guess what I would say is go with the flow for now. Wait to see what happens with other platforms because it might end up being that other platforms do have state, and so this one maybe looks a bit awkward, but then maybe in the future things are gonna be better. Okay, what's our next problem? User undeclared identifier audio. Log audio device event. I don't know I'm gonna delete anything that I don't recognize as meaningful. I'm going immediately to delete. Selecting devices. Delete. User audio. Delete. Audio directional. Delete. Field point pointer now in audio fails. Fair. Misinstruct engine. The init expects one argument. The init wants the dummy interface. Wait, I don't get it. We're already doing it. Wait. What's going on? It's giving me different inits every single time. Oh no. Okay, it wants AC. Client media. No, this needs to be disconnected from core. Where's media? You don't exist anymore. You don't exist anymore. String pool. No. Okay. Yeah, we'll look into media when the time comes. Okay, so we're fixing some errors. Except the time records interface found blah 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 found void. You're right. New audio. Okay, we're making progress. Oh. Okay, volume is the final stuff that we need to fix. So, yeah, what do we do about volume? User audio doesn't exist anymore. Let's put this into audio. So in audio, selected in, selected out. Um, Maybe we should rename these things. Input selected. Output Selected. Input default, output default. So input selected, input default, input volume, input muted, okay. So we have this state in here, and now we should be able to use it here. So in volume is going to be core audio. Also, you know what? I think maybe output and input should be renamed playback and capture. Oh, it's fine. Input volume. There we go. Output volume. What do we have remaining? Yeah. Okay, we're not quite building, but we're getting there. Undefined symbol, audio engine manager, the init, audio engine manager init. Undefined symbol. Oh, wait. That explains also why the build was not working. Why the build was not automatically triggering when I was changing that file. Okay, the application starts. We do have audio device detection. Let's look at the settings menu. We do. It works. These are my input devices, and these are my output devices. Not bad. So, what is it that I would like to do now? I guess we want to add a mic button to play back our own microphone because we completely regress the network stack. So, um, let's attempt local playback first. Time for a new button here. This is gonna be bad because we don't have a lot of space at this point. Oh well, let's see what happens. Although you know what? Wait, maybe before that, before the that so we don't capture audio from webcam, but we do capture audio from screen share. The problem is that that is not interesting because we're already hearing it, so we would be hearing the same audio twice. I mean, the same would be true also with the microphone. It's just that at least the microphone is more interesting, I think, um, than hearing the Awebo bird 20 times looping into itself. So let's call begin. Let's do some kind of call begin. Actually, we don't even call into core in here. Let's call directly into core.audio. Uh, Capture start. Capture start. There we go. Make. I'm gonna shorten these. This is gonna be cam. Let's set a delightful global. Actually, no, we don't even need a global, do we? Does this set any? So right now we don't have a lot of we never been able to start a playback with this, right? So, hmm. Uh, Fine. Let's put a global var toggle equals false. Capture start, capture stop. Also, capture start was calling capture start. Capture start was calling capture start. Stop. Okay. Wait, what was I doing now here? Capture start. Wait, why does capture stop have start in it? Oh my god. Okay, so this function here expects a u int, right? And we're passing on the full device, which is a reasonable complaint to have. What does capture start look like? What is our capture? Device ID. Can it be 0? Maybe it can be 0. I don't know. Okay, we have a couple undefined symbol. Audio capture start, audio capture start, audio playback start, audio playback stop. Okay, we're back in business. So if I now press mic, we're not going to see anything. Well, certainly not going to hear anything, but we're not going to see anything. So let's take it step by step. Let's see if we can get our callback to spam us some information. Okay. I'm going to use my Roadcaster Duo Secondary as my input device. I'm going to press mic. And we explode. Let's see what happens. Call capture start. Anchor exception in core audio AVF audio reason. Input hardware format and tap format not matching. Input hardware format and tap format not matching. So what is a tap in this context? I don't even know what is a tap. Like I was yapping about a tap. I don't even know what is a tap. What is a tap in this context? A tap is callback that you attach to an audio node's bus that lets you observe or intercept the audio data flowing through it without breaking the signal chain. You install one with install tap on bus. Okay. The reason why I use, I don't know, dude. We're giving me explainers. I don't even know what we're talking about. So let's go. Um, so notably, we are only concerned ourselves right now with capture. So it's capture start that has this problem. Is there a tap anywhere in here that we're doing? Are we tap? Is this tapping? Are we tapping? No, we're setting a sync. And the sync calls our callback. Connect input node to sync. Somehow I think it's this thing that it's fucking with us. I somehow have this feeling. Set engine device. Sync. No, okay, I get it. Okay, so in theory, you could have, I don't know, a default sync which discards audio and then you tap on the process, which allows you to copy data out. But in this case, we don't tap, we are the sync, and that is fine. But so this part I think makes general sense. Manager.sync node is sync. Attach node engine attach node sync connect input node to sync format mono F32. What is input node though? Input node is engine.input node mono F32. Root the requested device before installing the tap, and then we don't do the tap. Root to the requested device before installing the tap. Engine output node audio unit. Audio unit set property current device k audio scope global 0 device ID science device ID. Void is input. uh, okay, if I had to guess, this is the fucky part. So the input node is our device, right? Essentially, everything should start from our device. But connect input node. So here we're doing connecting input node. I think this is not doing it right, because where are we saying that the input node should be our device? I guess here. Are we doing engine input node in here? No, we're doing engine output node. What if it's input? I think that the AI has been trying to reuse the same function for both directions, and it somewhat failed miserably. I think that is what happened. Or not. Input 8, input hardware format and tap format not matching. output unit also. This is input unit. Mm, okay, there's stuff that I think we need to prod the AI a little bit more for some more Objective C juice. Let me refill my teacup, and then we're gonna patch this information out of the clanker. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see. Is LARP? I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay. Um, your VTuber avatar is ugly. Uh, so I'm getting an error trying to start a capture stream. Here are the I'll also include the two relative functions that I think contain a mistake. WRT, how the microphone input device is attached to the graph. I should also note I'm doing this. I'm using a stereo device, a stereo microphone. But I want it to but I want it to output a mono stream nevertheless. Right. So let's start from the mistake. From the error. I don't really want to learn about OSX, and all these APIs are annoying because they are overly complicated. And the last time that we tried, we didn't even have Objective C docs. We had Swift docs, even if you selected Objective C. That being said, you're right. I am being lazy and using a shitty approach. I'm that is definitely true. If this doesn't work, I'll yeah. That I mean, okay. Look, let's say that somebody asks you to do work and to do something on Windows. Do you really want to learn how Windows works, or do you just want to survive and live to fight another day? That's my job. Well, let's see. Let's see what the clanker has to say. No, he doesn't do conversion like he claimed. Yeah, motherfucker. Okay, I see the new code. Engine, capture engine, set engine device, other device ID. This class is not necessary anymore. Let's change this. Now cast input node, hardware format. The mixer will receive the hardware format output to our desired mono. So we have mixer, connect the input node to mixer with hardware format. Then there's mono. Oh, look, this is where we could plug our own volume, I guess, somehow. Maybe. No. Whatever. So this is the thingy here. Attach node sync, connect mixer to sync mono F32. Then why do we have a sync node? Then why do we not have a mixer and then a top on the mixer? Okay, the other function is also kind of fucky. In stop capture, wait, are we doing this twice now? What is this thing? Man, there's so many artifacts. uh oh wait. Oh no, I'm blind. Sync node mixer node. Okay, that's on me. Why are we keeping around also the mixer node? Wait, why are we doing this? Is there like no reset to capture engine instead of explicitly detaching things manually? Hmm. Also, this source node and sync node, which is being overwritten. So manager source node. Oh no, source node is used by the playback, and sync node is used by the other. Okay. So we need a mixer. Wait, but doesn't this guy have a mixer in it somewhere? Main mixer node. Then why are we not using a main mixer node? I guess because we want to set the mixer mode node to, where is it? We make a mixer, we attach the mixer. I think, could we have used the default mixer for this? On a capture only engine, the main mixer node actually forces AV audio engine to create an output node and connect it, which you don't want. Okay. Okay. So I'm still not convinced that the audio, where is it? The device attach function makes any sense. Also, let me fix it to where it was before. What was it? Output node. Yeah. Um. Okay. Let's see. Set engine device. Yeah. There we go. Now it's doing the right thing. Okay. Let's see where we are now with this shit. Horrible APIs, man. I have to say, I find these pretty horrible APIs, but whatever. Okay, we got a new crash. We got an index out of bounds in audio.zig. When trying to count channels. Index 2 length 1. Okay, so that's another piece of crap code that we got. But also, it's interesting because this happened as the result of a. Look, what happened is that the capture hardware format, blah, 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 capture hardware started. And that caused some kind of notification to be sent out, which made us re-enumerate all devices, which caused this thing to go bad. So, out of curiosity, what if we don't? What if we unplug temporarily the notification callbacks and we, I don't know, and if we see if we can see this thing to work, we can see this thing work for a while. There we go. Unfortunately, it seems that wait, I actually don't even know what device I was using. Uh, let's make sure that we use the device that we think we want to use, which is Broadcaster Duo. There we go. It's working. For all we know, this is the actual data that we are sending over with our microphone. We could sample. I mean, we could print the magnitude. Well, wait, the amplitude. We could print the amplitude of the sample to see if it reacts to our voice, to my voice. So here, mm, is it like this, like 3 digits? Let's see how this goes. Nah, I forgot to select the right device again. Test, test. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of zeros. I think oh right, you know what? I think this is wrong because I think I'm connected to it, but I'm actually not 100% sure. So, yeah, where are my audio devices? Sound. Test. Yeah, no, okay. Your Rodecaster Duo Secondary does work, and you can see that it does react to my voice. IPX microphone type continuity camera. It's a microphone, but it's a continuity camera type. Okay. Um. Well, the fact that we only get zeros is kind of bad. I guess I'm not sampling everything, but okay. You know what? Fuck it. We print all samples. We print all samples. Actually, you know what? No, no, we don't print everything. Whatever you have about this float, show it to me. Test, test, test. Oh no. It's a straight up zero every time. That's not good. Um so what are we doing wrong in setting up this capture stuff? Let's add some logging here so that we can see what's going on. Also, are we passing his input correctly? We should check on that as well. NS, oh god, NS log. Um, set engine node. Percentage B. For percentage at, and this is gonna be what? We have the device ID. Do we get the actual device at some point? Audio unit set, audio unit input, audio unit, blah blah blah. Audio unit set property. Is this another thing that the fucking AI forgot to switch on? No, there is no input unit property current device. Okay, audio unit set property sets the value of a specified property. What? U in 32 in data size. Hello? What is this? What is this arrow? What? Um, what? Can we do something to device ID? What can you do on my audio device ID? It's a type def of audio object ID. What's an audio object ID? Go to definition. Wait. Why does go to definition send me to audio device ID? Uh, what is the code that we were writing here to get like a device name from its ID? Get string property. Audio device property device name CF string. That's kind of what we want. So now the macOS. Is that a thing? Audio device get property? Audio object get property data. Okay, there we go. Audio object property address. Oh man. How do you make an array of these things? Like, ironically, it's easier for me to do it here. It is easier for me to do it here. Okay, let me do it this way. Wait. Here's how we check what I want to check in a easier manner. Okay, so we now have something that prints this information. Um, Set up engine node B4, and then we just do device ID. And then in audio, so in this, okay, so now we should be able to check if the two things match. Whew, let's hope that this works. Okay, let's look at our devices, our audio devices. So, where's my Rodecaster Duo into out 2 connected as macOS device 113. So let's see if we are correctly attaching to 113. Oh shit, if I have a bajillion things that spam, yeah, good fucking luck to me now. God damn it. Ah man, audio is always fun. And use argument. There you go. Okay. QuickTime player. Broadcaster do secondary. 113. Okay, so these numbers are pretty stable. That's good. You know what? That spam is also not good. Never mind. Audio capture started. Device 113. Yes, that's fine. Where is my call? Where is that call to my function though? So it brings the capture hardware format, which is great. So we see capture start. We see these prints, but we do not see. We don't see my thing being called. Where is this bad boy? Set engine device. Are you saying the device ID gets 0 here? Are you saying that it is 0 in here? It probably that would explain maybe what is the problem. Actually, more than maybe that would be a very good explanation of what the problem is. Um, well, I do wonder how we get there. Yeah, it's garbage memory. Set engine node B for 1. Wait a second. Where is even wait. Where even is this line? Oh my god. I, wait, we do see this, right? We do see capture hardware format. Okay, this should be right before capture hardware format. I feel like I'm going insane. I've put too many prints everywhere. Set engine node B41 capture start ID. Okay. So this is 113. And then we go in here and we do say set engine node. Apparently percentage B is not the right thing because it says just B. And then it says 4-1. So I guess U is the wrong type. D for digit, maybe. I just don't believe that this is gonna be so broken. What is going on in chat, man? Guys, I hope you're all doing fine. If it seems like you're going even more insane than I am. Set engine node B for 1. What the fuck is wait, why is this B? Why is this 1? Wait. How do you what is the thing for a boolean? How do you print numbers? D is for numbers, but why is device ID completely borked? Wait, so I have to say one thing. This motherfucker wanted me to put a UIN32T in there, and then it would cast it when necessary. Could it be that this is what's causing the problem? Could it really be that this is what's causing the problem? Yeah, thank you. But I mean, D is fine, I guess. For okay, I'll look for booleans. The boolean one is driving me insane. Where's boolean? Objective C. Okay. Wait, there's no boolean on the page. Oh, right. Right. It's like booleans don't exist. Okay. Um. No, but right, but no. This is for the right. This was for the external API. It wasn't this one. It was this one essentially. Wait a second. Wait a second. You know what? You know what is not 113 and it is instead 1. I feel like there is some foreshadowing in the fact that they couldn't find a specifier for my boolean. Wait a second. Wait a second. Engine device ID is input. What if we are using the boolean as the device ID somehow and we are like passing them around in the wrong order or something? Also, why is QuickTime Player here? Go away. Okay, capture start ID equals 123. Is input equals 1, device ID equals 113. Okay, so I see what was happening. So here's what was happening. We were using a percentage specifier that didn't exist, so it was not consuming the input. So we ended up printing the boolean as the second number, and that was causing me to go insane. Okay, so no, so we are passing down the value correctly. We are using the right um we are using the right device ID. We are using the right device ID, but we're still messing something up. Must set device before accessing input node input format, otherwise you get the default hardware format. Okay. And in fact, I would even say that this is fine because we do get good prints. Um, when we do this, this is right. 2-channel, 48 kilohertz, flow 32, the interleaved. This is my boy. Actually, we can my boy my microphone. I guess we can test this also with other devices, just for the sake of it. Here's my webcam. Yeah, 2-channel, curious. 16,000 hertz, flow 32, the interleaved. So it will correctly. Can you show us that engine again? Yes. Yeah. One sec. So here we are correctly seeing the hardware format of our um input device. I'm gonna show that in a second. I'm starting to think that there's some stupid ass field that we need to turn on. Um, for example, how about input node.volume equals 1, because maybe for some reason it starts at 0. Okay, so this is set engine device. I now believe that this function works correctly. I now believe that this function works correctly. And if you look at this, the other ones are is running, channel map, enable IO, start time, set input callback, has IO, start time stamps at 0. Swift is not supported for use with audio real-time threads. I think this is fine. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna bring this down. I'm gonna bring it at the very end so it's easier to follow. Oh no! Forward declarations! No! See, why are you like this? Never mind, we keep it at the top. Okay, so here's what we do. We move capture above playback. How about that? Fuck. Okay. So we see the right output format. Okay, just hardware format, just for the sake of it. Input node dot volume 1.0. How about that? Is voice preprocessing AGC enabled? Is processing by pass? Voice processing AGC enabled? Is allo attribute keys auto audio unit class latency load mutable copy reset retain. Okay, I really cannot think of anything else other than volume. We can look at docs. Test. Oh, you know what? Actually, now that we tested that this is right, we are not going to be able to see if we're doing right or wrong until we uncomment this. We need some spam. And we don't doesn't work. Okay, let's see what's on the internet. Let's look at Stack Overflow. Engine attach node. Connect player to main mixer node format whatever. Start and return error. Then install tap. Bye, Julian. Thank you. Maybe the problem is that we don't have a tap. The problem is that we have a sync, but the sync should receive the data as well, right? That should also work. Using voice processing. Oh, it's a sample project. Mm, but you know, I think that having the voice processing example might be good because it requires to open a capture stream. That's for sure. Oh God, where are we? Why am I, why am I looking at my files in that weird way? Um, Echo Touch, audio engine.swift. Oh no, I double clicked on it. Now it's Xcode time. Predictive code completion model. No, thank you. But I don't want to install anything. But why are you installing shit, man? I'm gonna open it with Sublime. No, I press download. It can't. FX player, speech player, recorded file player. Voice IO format. I was hoping we could see some capture install tab. Oh, there we go. This is the part. Setup. Audio engine input mode. Set processing enabled. Okay. Output node, main mixer. Connect stuff to the main mixer. And then install tab. They keep doing this install tab. Also, why can't... oh, man. Why is it not showing the right cursor? Um... Install FX player install tab, speech player install tab. Is there nothing on the wait? AV audio engine dot prepare. Start AV audio engine start. What does prepare do? Engine attach mixer. Connect input node to mixer. Format hardware format. Then set mixer output to 44 1.1 kilohertz F32. Yes. Does the sync node need volume 1? Sync doesn't have volume. Interesting. Init with receiver block. What if we are misusing this? What if we are up? What if this is where we are going wrong? Audio buffer list. Number of buffers. My camera is out of focus. I don't know. My life is falling apart. I can't figure this stuff out. Number of buffers. We can print the length. What's an audio timestamp? Oh, it's a struct. Okay, well, maybe audio frame count. It's just a number. Although frame count is not important because we showed that one. I want to see the number of M buffers. I mean, this is not going to be, you know, a particularly interesting print. Could you not use SDL3? Yeah, but I don't want closed platform. I want to get macOS right. I want to have access. I want to access the native APIs because I want to see exactly what it is that I can do. So yes, we have one buffer, which is what we expected, and we are getting data from it. So this is all correct. The only thing, the only allow Xcode to find devices on local networks. No, fuck off. The only thing, yeah, the only thing that I can think of is what's prepare, for example. Is that necessary? Is that what we're missing? I'm saying this because we saw that this guy is doing prepare. No. Okay, let's see what methods this thing supports. Init, attach node, the detach node, connect node 1 to node 2, few connect variants, disconnect node input, disconnect node input, disconnect node output, prepare. What does prepare do? Reallocates many of the resources the engine requires in order to start. Use it responsively to responsively start audio input or output. Start and return error. Calls prepare if it has not already been called. When the engine is rendering to from an audio device, starts the audio hardware. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. In the engine, audio begins to flow through the engine. Reasons for the potential failure to start in this mode include there is a problem in the structure of the graph, audio visualization error, the driver failed to start the hardware. Pause, reset, stop. Have music player. And now we're looking at properties. So um I think this is generally correct. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to skip. I'm going to skip the mixer. I'm going to skip the mixer. I'm going to skip this. Using the original format. So no mixer, no format conversion. What happens now? Oh, now it works. Not only it works, it will. You can see that the numbers show up. Maybe it's not easy to see if it reacts to my voice or not. Wah wah wah. You know what? I'm actually not sure, but at least it's showing some changes. I think the problem is the sync idea. I think the sync is not useful. I think the sync is not useful and we need to touch a tap instead. Actually, no, wait a second. I'm saying something dumb because then this wouldn't work at all if that were the case. And yet it does work. Now I'm confused. Oh, you know what might be happening? What might be happening is that we don't how exactly does it go from stereo to mono? What if it No, still I still don't understand why what is happening. Test, test. Oh yeah. You can totally see the numbers change when I speak. Ba 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 ba. Yeah. So this is totally working. Okay. So we have everything working. It stops working when we plop in the mono F32 format. Okay, what does Apple have to say about this stuff? Player node, mixer node, output mode. Okay. If not null, the engine uses the value for the format of the source audio node's output bus. In all cases, the engine matches the format of the destination audio node input bus to the source. I wish there was a dark mode. That doesn't help. Airport convert sample rate. Install tab. Hmm. Mixer node attach connect. Input.input format for bus 0. Install tab format equals audio format. Yeah. So that they're tapping. I don't know what a bus is in this context. This code works great on iPhone 5 and since the microphone input is 8000 hertz. The problem is that I want to be able to record for an iPhone 6s, blah, blah, blah. AV audio converter. Okay, that is one way. I solved this issue by simply changing my mixer's volume to 0. What? Um, I think the mixer volume 0 stuff is a red herring. AV audio converter sounds more like it. I think I'm getting lied to by these thingies. Mixer nodes are documented as handling rate conversions automatically. Okay. I mean, that's kind of what we knew. I mean, we kind of knew something like that. Mixer node accepts input at any sample rate and efficiently combines sample rate conversions. It also accepts any channel count and correctly up mixes or down mixes to the output channel count. Yes. Output volume. Wait a second. Yes. There are probably many, but you want to use the OS stuff when you can. Like, for example, there's audio processing stuff that I might want to opt into. I don't know. I'm exploring this API, and keep in mind, probably yeah, you're right. If we deal with whatever bullshit FFmpeg has once, then we're gonna be able to use it on multiple platforms. But um, I think there's value in exploring what the platform API allows you to do, because ultimately, I was about to say the US can always do more than what Andrew K is an audio expert. Yeah, but he's not a macOS expert. Not that I am, but conforms to audio mixing. Next available input bus. AV audio stereo mixing. Important. Audio mixing protocol adopts this protocol. As a result, many classes also inherit this protocol by adopting AV audio mixing. PAN, the bus stereo PAN. Audio 3D mixing. Mixing destination, connection point, destination for mixer, bus, volume. The bus is input volume. Um, Can ZigCC also compile Objective-C? Yes, that's part of why this whole system works, and I'm attempting it. It's because we can do Objective-C in a self-contained manner. It's called HW format in here. When the sync format differs. When the sync format differs from the hardware format. No, the doc says the doc says that this thing does that work. The implication is that the stand down mixer happened on the Z side. I don't think so. Mixer node attach mixer connect input to mixed format. Input format from bus 0 engine startup on bus. Install tap. Oh wait, this is the one that I already have open. And this one is using AV audio converter. Oh Jesus. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? We can test this. What if we say two channels? We say the mono. Well, we lie. It's not mono anymore. We now call it mono, but it is now not interleaved. And here we're sending buffer 0 M data. Um, but still, I don't know. Let's try this out. Test. Yeah, no, this is not it. I think I would argue if something had to be weird, I think it would be this. So now we're doing same sample rate. Yeah, that works. Is the sample rate change that make fucks it up? It's the sample rate stuff. Why, man? So it can totally downsample to one channel. That's easy, but resampling doesn't work. Why? double. And this is also double. Okay. Actually, this is the opposite. It's format sample rate to k sample rate. And here we have okay, so we have conditional logging also as well, so that we can see when we succeed, but it doesn't spam us if we fail. Yeah. So this is just not okay. I'm gonna try a different device. What about this one? This one? Same problem. It's like it's just the resampling just straight up doesn't work. Why? Which can lead to silent output, pitch shifted audio errors. While audio mixer is designed to mix, it often fails to convert formats like seamlessly. Fuck. Explicitly use AV audio converter. Insert an AV audio converter node to convert output formats for your desired output format method. Set up an AV audio converter with the source and destination audio format. And call convert to with input from match audio session sample rate. Yeah. So what is an AV session though? What is an audio session? Okay, so that thing with audio session, I think we cannot do. Hello, Direct Music. Why are you using AV Audio Engine versus Core Audio directly? I'm using AV Audio Engine, I think. So I'm writing a Discord alternative, and I'm implementing voice calls. I'm developing. It's multi-platform right now. I'm doing macOS. That's the platform that I'm on right now. I wired in screen capture, webcam. Now I'm doing audio, and I know that in my application I want to send the audio for voice calls. I want it to be at 44.1k, sample rate as a starting point, mono. So I was trying to get this working. As to why I'm using Audio Engine versus something else, is because I am not a expert on how stuff works on macOS, but I heard that AV Audio Engine was the latest and greatest that Apple has had to offer, and that, for example, audio queue was more high level and affected by latency. While if you want to do real time audio processing, you should be using what's it called, audio core or something, audio unit. And then AV Audio Engine is an abstraction on it that has like graph style processing of audio data. And well, here basically the problem that I'm having here is that I was hoping, or rather I was being told that a mixer node could do resampling, but apparently it doesn't. And when it fails to do that, it just becomes silent. So, well, that sucks. So I guess instead of an audio mixer, we want an audio converter node or something. Mono F32 mixer. Okay, so to mixer in hardware format. So I think we just don't want the mixer. Let's comment it out for a moment. We do AV audio converter node, AV audio converter. How do we use AV audio converter? I think this we can do in the init. Oh, audio session say this and that. And there's set preferred. What is it? It doesn't exist. Where's the... Okay, what does this return? Yeah, an object. Okay, set preferred hardware sample rate. What's the difference between set preferred hardware sample rate? Why can I not go to definition also? Instance method not found. But oh, I see. This is the one where we need to make an error and it assigns to it if it's angry. Is unavailable. Not available on macOS. Okay. Well, then fuck off. Okay. Well, I tried. Okay, so let's go back to the auto converter. How do you use an auto converter? Please, God, save me. Where's the auto converter? Audio format. Audio mixer node. Where's the auto converter in this story? One of the replies then. Audio converter from to. Init from format. HW format. To this guy that's down here. There we go. Here's the converter. Incompatible porting types, sending converter start to parameter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Auto converter input block. If you do hit a wall with the core audio API, definitely let's do sampling and make a node-based system. I also think it's accessible in pure C. Apple had an odd example called C a playthrough, which shows some graph building code. Thank you. The very speed module allows for simple rate conversion. Um, yeah, I know that there are some libraries that do everything without using this stuff. I don't know. I'm experimenting with this API. I guess we'll see how far I go. Maybe everything should be thrown into the trash and we should just use FFmpeg for everything and call it a day. I don't know. There's an input callback. So we install a tap and then, okay, where do we use converter in here? Converter, convert to error input from status. Format for channel data. String description point TM bytes per frame. Schedule buffer. Okay, so we don't set a converter node. We have a sink. We attach the node sink. I mean, essentially, it's almost as if that should be work that I do myself. Oh, damn. Let's see. Sync node, attach node sync. Connect mixer to sync. No, connect input node to sync. Format mono F32. No. Still connect the hardware format. But in the sync callback, oh man, we don't even get downsampling in terms of channels now. So basically, I would like to be able to give these information to this bad boy, to our converter in here and call it a day. But that's not going to be this simple. Converter.convert to converted buffer. Because, right, we need a different buffer with input from input callback. Why do they not have a converter that works in the graph? And they lie about the mixer node being able to do resampling. And at least it can do down mixing for real. With input from input callback. Is this buffer being heap allocated at every frame? Okay, this whole thing is very weird. I guess one thing that I can do is just leave it at that. Keep whatever frequency I get because right now it doesn't really matter much. But yeah, it seems that it seems that maybe FFmpeg is not that bad of an idea. I think this might be it for me today. Okay, today was not a big success like the other days, unfortunately. But we got webcams working, we got screen share working, audio, we're getting there. I think that tomorrow, basically, I can stop worrying about tomorrow I can stop worrying about the sample rate, and I can just get the playback stream to start, and I can get the playback stuff to start, and then we can see if we can correctly pipe input to output, like microphone to speakers, and see how that goes. And what then? I don't know. We do that. At that point, we will have some stuff going on locally. Uh, at that point, we can re-enable internet, I guess, but we do need to fix the sample stuff because otherwise, we're not going to be happy with Opus, I think. Well, this audio converter at the end of the day is not that terrible in terms of the extra work that we need to do, I think. So hopefully we can actually implement all this stuff and make it work. Okay, we'll see. In any case, this is it for me today. Man, what an audio adventure. It's funny how audio somehow is more complicated than video, at least at this level, when it comes to APIs that the OS gives you. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll send you all to Ethernet cable and I'm going to call it a day. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time. See you all.